Good evening. Okay, let's play some Minecraft. So, for the first time in like, I don't know, a month or so, we are back on the Realm of the Mad Duck server. Here we are working on this guardian farm. This is not my guardian farm. Welcome in, Eve. Good to see you. So this is not my guardian farm. This is Batman's guardian farm, but Batman has not been around in a while. So Joe has given permission for Autocrafters to be installed, and we're going to be working on that today. So what we want to do, what I've already done is I've installed 6x hopper loaders, 6x. Okay, here's the thing about shulker loaders. Yes, thanks. Damn it, I was going to make the B joke. Okay, but I installed 6x shulker loaders. I don't know why I keep wanting to say hopper loader, shulker loader. For these raw materials, but I want to put in crafters now. So Vex gave us some crafter designs last time for something, or not last time, but a while ago for something different. And I want to see if those could be adapted. They probably can. So let's go to the creative server. Oh, we're still at Eve's world. Okay. Slash TP. Cool. Okay, crafters, crafters, crafters. Where did I put the crafters? Here they are. Nine to 1. Okay, we're not doing a 9 to 1. Let's see. This is a double speed, which is cool. So this is essentially a 6x loader here. Does it load shulkers? Yes, it does. Okay, sweet. These have the shulker loaders built in. So this could make prismarine bricks pretty much unmodified. Let's see, what else? We got these. It says 4 to 1. Okay, so these guys could make the prismarine. And these are specifically bone to block. Okay, and then this is nugget to block. Interesting. What do I have here? Okay. Oh, okay. This is for an extremely fast system. I mean, I guess you can just keep sticking them together, but... Yeah, Joe, Vex is influential, so... Okay, let's see what we can do. Because I think it might just be as simple as throwing these in there and calling it a day. This honestly might be a short stream just because I'm kind of tired today, but some compactors. Okay, so we will have to get a bit creative because the problem with these crafters, these will work for some of the items, but the problem with these crafters is that some of the things we want to craft require multiple inputs. And these also only work if there's no intermediate stages. A 5-3 specific one? What are we talking about, Joe? Let's take a look at what Joe has to say here. Oh, crafter design for sea lanterns. Okay. That link is not coming up for me, but... Can you DM it to me, Joe? Okay, I'm just not in whatever that is. Just 2 really big bowls of Zupa Toscana, and I feel like the blueberry girl. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Autocrafting archive. There's too many archives. We need an archive. I bet there is one. Okay. In the non-minimal pre-fill version, items can easily skip empty hoppers. The Minecraft Tech Discord Recollector. Of course. I swear to God. Okay, we're glad to know that's a thing. Okay. So, hang on, let me show you here. This one produces 3.6K per hour lanterns, but this note says in the non-minimal pre-fill version. Okay, so this is the minimal pre-fill version. And in the non-minimal pre-fill version, items can easily skip empty hoppers. Why would I want that to happen? I think I'm missing something. I wonder if it just means if the hopper is empty, the item goes in and out on the same tick? Maybe? I'm very confused. The members of my GTNH server are useless. Well, that's okay. You can just make bees to make new members. So I made a new one. His name is Charles. He is my son. He was very expensive. And his continued existence is predicated on his ability to farm, as well as my continued need for new types of crops. Just like a real child, if I ever have one. Okay. Okay. I'm confused. I'm a little bit scared, I think, to know what Vex is referring to. I don't know that carpet mod works on GregTech, so it's probably not a carpet bot. Charles is great because he does not get breaks, only consumes a small amount of energy, and does not have rights. This is not getting better. Someone should slip Charles the CPS number. But I don't think Charles lets, I don't think Vex lets Charles have a phone. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to the game. And Okay, so we would want to do prismarine. Fair enough, facts. We would want to do prismarine. We want to do prismarine bricks. We'd want to do sea lanterns, and we'd want to do dark prismarine, and dark prismarine is going to be the challenge. I mean, Charles vibes is a thing. Okay, so we have prismarine bricks solved. We have regular prismarine solved. We have sea lanterns probably solved. Probably. And okay, so we just need dark prismarine. And for that, we're going to need something a little bit different. I wonder if we can. Let's see. So we could do something that looks a little like this, except that hmm. So he came out of the assembler with the name Vertigo, but that was stupid, so I renamed him. I took him to an anvil. I didn't avoid it until he stopped wanting to be called Vertigo. Okay. I think normally when you rename things with an anvil, you hit the anvil with the thing. I think hitting something with an anvil usually kills the thing. But what do I know? I am but a lowly non-storage techer. Well, Vex, a golf club is bigger than a golf ball, but you still hit the ball with a club. Okay. So if I take this and I yoink. Then I do a oh, copy and a paste. Yeah. That doesn't work. Entities, lighting, neighbors. Okay, so this should be fun. Okay, we're gonna have to do this with the I have to do this with Automatica. arrow. Boom, boom. Um, because World Edit is trying to place this one, this repeater, for example, before this thingy. And so it's unsupported and ends breaks. Okay. Chromatica area set to there. Okay. That does it. Okay, so here's, oops, that's not what I want. Move. Get rid of that. In fact, clear. Okay, so for this, we want to get rid of one of these crafters. And instead, we would like to run let's see. Because we need an input of okay, so I think here we would put okay, so that's actually really clever. So what's happening here, just to explain this a bit, if I can find a more convenient explainer. Okay, so this is really interesting. Basically, as long as there's items, at least enough items in this hopper to activate the filter, this torch turns off, which allows items through. And that's just normally how an item filter works. But they have this item filter, have this torch doing double duty, I think, keeping this. Maybe I'm just completely wrong. Hang on. This one is powered. Okay, cool. So they're having the torch do double duty and lock this note block on. And that means that yeah. Okay, cool. So it's locking this on so that if this clock ticks, then it won't trigger anything. It won't trigger the crafter. And that's important because the crafters, when you have complex, God damn it. when you have a complex recipe, that's one that you can't just be ticking the crafter all the time. Shit. Yeah, you can't just be clicking the crafter all the time because you might get, like if one of the ingredients runs out, then it would just fill with whatever. So you have to make sure that this never runs out. And the easiest way to do that is to make sure that the supply never runs out. And so if we only tick the crafters while items are actually going through here, well, then we can ensure that it'll never run out. Okay, so I think this is actually pretty easy. If we just do... Yeah, it is. Okay, so if we were to do, for example, that. And then instead of... Interesting. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, those are the filter items. Gotcha. Oh boy. Okay. And let me just pull all of these out. It should be fine. This might be dependent on the speed of the input. Because this is going to cycle every... Okay, so when this turns off, then it starts the clock and it's going to cycle every like 8 ticks, which is... Yeah, this is going to run on an 8-tick cycle. And if we just had a 2-item recipe, string and string. Okay, so this is set up to craftable. If we had a 2-item recipe, this is a double speed filter, so it's going to put an item into the crafter every 4 ticks. Or 2 items every 8 ticks. Interesting. Okay, so let's see what happens here. If we have, like, is it going to keep this evenly full? If I do that, and then I do, say, this, and then that, and then just that. Okay, and then I dump a stack in here, what happens? Okay, so it does automatically fill the lower one. So we'll keep it evenly full. But the problem is that ticking this every 8 ticks while the filter's running, we'll run it out of items. Let's take a look at how the bigger ones handle that. Because this one, for example, this is a bone to block. No, this is still an 8-tick clock. But I guess... they're counting on it to never be. Huh. Okay, let's just see what happens here if we do, for example, that. Okay, so this is taking too frequently. Because you can see it takes twice for every item it puts out, which is fine, as long as it's okay not to ever have these become empty. But that's not okay with us. We need to make sure those slots stay full. So if we were to do that, we need to put in 8. So we need to put in the recipe for dark prismarine is I know, Eve, it's transphobic. So this is oops, okay. No, not you. Go. I'm frustrated. This is the recipe. Okay. So we have to make sure this never runs out. None of these stacks can become empty because then the wrong item might go in. This has to stay full, which means probably the simplest way is to extend the cycle time of the clock. So this is a double speed hopper. It's a double speed filter, which means as long as this is open, as long as the filter is open, it's putting in an item it's putting 2 items every 8 ticks. Now this here is an 8-tick clock. We need to make it longer. Vex, we're talking about how to make this safe for complex recipes. Because the way these are currently designed, they do run the crafters empty, which we can't have. We need to make sure they stay full. So we need to wait at least long enough to put in 8 items, which is going to take, we have to wait long enough to put in 8 shards. And that's going to take 8 ticks to put in 2, so it's going to take 32 ticks. Eve will have to reload it. Because there's no way, really, to generate enough ink. The problem is this farm is in the middle of an ocean. In fact, that's what I'm saying. I think we need the detecting what Vex. Because I mean the craft is going to be always full. Compared from the craft, but the craft is always full. If we need the pattern in there. Like the signal's never going to change once we put more items in. So my thought is let's make this clock longer to make sure that we have enough time to put in more items. That's probably not a perfect solution, though. If we did. I thought so, Vex. So this is where we would put our it's where we put our ink. Oh, and that doesn't even quite solve the problem either because and if we did this, that doesn't okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Eve, I know. I'm so glad that you are. As long as it's not random input. Unfortunately, it is. Because we're going to be putting this on the Prismarine farm, on the Guardian farm. Although, if we... I guess it should. Although that would introduce its own set of problems. Because if we get items in here... Yeah, I agree. Okay. So, if we get just a few items come through here, then this will turn back on. But that will force it to craft once. And then make a system to craft the boxes into your desired material. I mean, sure, but don't wanna. I guess one thing we could do we could make sure. Oh, that doesn't work. Yes, Eve. So it's not the redstone powers, it's the permission to apply them on Bass's farm. Okay. I guess what we could do is I mean, this is a little bit messy. But we could make sure that like we can't detect from the crafter because the crafter will always be full, but we could detect off this hopper and make sure that the hopper is make sure that this hopper has a certain amount of stuff in it before we're going to let the clock run. And make sure that like we would power the crafter as long as this didn't have enough stuff in it. And that's how we would detect. But the clock is still too fast if we do that. That doesn't help. So we'd have to extend the clock out to, well, more ticks. And then, because this clock has to go from 8 ticks to 32 ticks. And then we have to make sure that this hopper has enough items in it. And then if this hopper doesn't have any items in it, so if we were to do something like this, then we could do. So this clock still has to be. We're going to rip out most of the circuitry on this side. So we want to rip out this, this, and this, and we want to replace it with a redstone dust, and that'll turn this into an AND gate where both of these have to be off to enable the clock. So that means that we have to have items coming through here and items in here. Although it's no longer tileable if we do that. Because this is equally going to affect the one next to it. Hmm. We might want to start from scratch on this one. But let's see how far we can get. I don't think that powering this locks the repeater, does it? Doesn't. Okay, cool. When will they add little tool to dust off a few of the little redstone lines in the intersection? What are you saying? Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. Okay. So then this is just not needed. I can do that instead. And now if I do that, the notebook is still powered, which is good, except it doesn't really help me all that much. Toggleable directional redstone? I would think so, yes. But I think it's also not some... Maybe. It's not something I think Mojang is going to do. Why is... So you have to put this... Oh. Interesting choice. Because this is a locked repeater. If it ever unlocks, it's going to turn off. So I don't know why it's this way. Like why they didn't just use like a redstone block or something. I'm a little confused by that one. Like, is there any way to even turn this off? No, there's not. So that's a little baffling to me. Oh, they're doing it to stop from powering this thingy. Wait. Then how is this thing getting powered? Yes, you can't even. This thing gets powered by... I don't even know what powers that thing. Are they all like this? This one is. So this one is slightly different. Where is it? Might be the exact same. No, it's different. So this one is a 9-1 slime crafter. I don't know what this block is doing. Oh, I do. Never mind. It's preventing this from climbing this way, although. Yeah, okay. So that's what it's doing. Yeah. Uh, okay. So I guess for this to work, we would have to. So this. Honestly, the locking mechanism here is kind of cosmetic. Because the second this unlocks, or pretty close to it, a few ticks later, before any items actually go here, the crafter will actually tick. So, God, we have to make sure that the crafter will never run out of items. And how do we do that? Well, I mean, normally you do it by checking the input. But that's not quite enough in this case. Unless we were to. That would change this pretty dramatically. I think so, Eve. I'm considering making an attempt at building this from scratch, though. But I'm thinking through what would even happen if we did. So we would need to make sure somehow that the crafter doesn't run empty, but we can't use an output from the crafter to do that. So we have to use the hoppers by proxy. We could make sure. Okay, here's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to make. And this is actually not too difficult. In fact, it's already basically done. That's not exactly what I wanted right there. Basically, all we're doing here is we are making sure torch. Today's bed day, not desk day. It's okay. Um, okay, so here's what this is gonna do. This is gonna force the crafter to be on as long as this hopper, this hopper's gonna have to attain like almost a stack of items before this torch turns off and unlocks the crafter. So what that means is that we only run the clock if this thing is full enough that it's backed up into this hopper. And then as soon as that's not the case anymore, as soon as this hopper is relatively empty, then we stop allowing crafting and we keep buffering. This should work as long as we make the clock a little bit longer. And then this will just make sure that we always have items in here, which is fine. If we can, but that'll be a little bit of a problem. So, for example, we want to limit this to 32 ticks. Each observer is only 2 ticks, so we need 16 observers. That's not really what we want. So we want to use some tricks to slow this down. And I think what we can just do is use some observers and use some repeaters. Because if we do, for example, if we were to do this is 2 ticks for 8, 4, 6, and 8 ticks. I mean, fair enough, but okay. So this is now 2, 4, 8. So 2, 4. That's 12. That's 20 plus another 8. It's 28. So we just need another 4 ticks of delay. And we can do that with this. Okay, so this loop is now 1, 2, there's now 2, 4, plus 8 is 12, 20, 22, 24, 28, or 26, 28, 30, 32 ticks. Can we do better? Because if we were to replace this with a dropper, then it would be 4 ticks. Hang on. I don't think that's actually true. I think if we do that and then dropper, we were to do that and tick freeze. Okay, so this is not triggered. And if we update the observer and tick step 2, the observer triggers and the dropper triggers immediately. Okay. That's not what we want. No, Joe. So we have a problem where these ones are designed to run on empty crafters, which is fine as long as you're only putting in one kind of item. But if we put in more than one kind of item, then we have to make sure that the crafter never runs low. Otherwise, we have a problem because it might not be full. If any of the slots empties, then our crafting recipe gets messed up. So what we've done is we slowed this clock way down to 32 ticks. And by doing that, we've ensured that it will only tick at the rate we can fill it. And then we've also ensured that the crafter is only able to tick if it's a backlog of items in this hopper. Joe, this is the one for this is going to be the one for Dark Prismarine, just so you know. If you have one, then sure, we'll take a look. But I think this should work. Why are you not pulling? Are you locked? Why are you locked? God damn it. I hate these things. Okay, so why are you locked? You should not be. You're enabled. Okay, so why are you pulling black tie? Why? Hmm? Okay, what am I missing here? Because this is enabled. This one's disabled, but this hopper is enabled. Why is it not pulling any black dye? So yes, Eve, that's the idea. What is the redstone line on top? Which one? This one? That one's just item filtering. It's not doing anything special. Let's see, so this does need to be a hopper though. That means that this can go away. This can go away. I put the decorator pot here and hopper here. I still don't know why there's no items going through this. Is it because somehow they're going to... Why is this even... That didn't work. Tick frozen. That explains a lot. Okay. Shut up, Eve. Shut up. It is, in fact, the consequences of my actions. Oh, hi there. Um, okay, so this should fill up. So that's fine. And one hopper speed is plenty for the number of black that we actually need. Okay, so then if we just put a couple of prismarine shards in here. Actually, let's see. What we want is... Yeah, we'll make that a standard item filter. No, this might need to be a special one. Better stick with the same type here. 16, 16, cool. So 5 ended up here, 5 ended up here. That's what we wanted. And then What is going on? Why are we... Where are these items going? Okay. Sweet. Okay. So all we have to do is make sure that this input never runs dry. So if we just put in like a few, this has to get close to a stack before it's gonna... So the clock is running, but the craft is not crafting, which is what we want. As long as this item's running through here, the crafter will craft. Okay, but if we put a bunch in there, eventually this will reach its threshold and allow the crafter to actually craft. And then that ensures that we're always going to have enough of a buffer to refill the crafter. And this is 59, and this has 3, so we might get a little bit of a backup here. Why that's happening? Okay. So it never actually allows this to run. Oh, I see. Okay. But it's fine because this will eventually fill up. But that's okay. Okay, so this is just acting as a buffer here. And then as soon as this thing actually crafts a couple of recipes, it's going to refill its buffer from here. And then until this thing backs up again, it won't craft. I still am not entirely sure what this thing is for, but I'm going to keep it there as soon as I check. Okay. Sweet. I think this might be it. I think this might be the answer. It's a little bit of an ugly answer. I'm not as satisfying as the others, but it does work. Okay, let's take a look, Joe. Joe, does this support 2 different ingredients? Okay, apparently. Okay. Okay. So how does this thing work? I see that. Okay. It is a little bit of a long boy. Okay. What? Okay, hang on. Interesting. Why is this? This is acting as like a double pulse divider? No, it's just a single pulse divider, but it's a loud one. Welcome in, Oni. That's the idea. Okay. Is it just like... Okay, so we got the items going through. Then we make sure that we... As long as there's items in both, we unlock the note block so that the clock can tick. Oh, cool, Joe. And then this takes the dropper. We put in items at 2x hopper speed from this side. So that's really good because we could use it for something like... honestly, we could use this for Prismarine. If we really wanted to. God, we could use it for sea lanterns, is what I'm saying, if we really wanted to. Because it supports 2 hopper speed on each one. Although I suppose we could also use, technically, the... No, that wouldn't work. Yes, Eve. I mean, it happens, Oni. You just gotta go with it. A 24 game take 1 for sea lanterns. Joe, is it the same one that you sent me earlier? Oh my god, it's a train. What is this? Oh, is this just an AB tileable design? It looks like it. Hey, you can question me. I like to explain. I will say this is more compact. But this one is a shulker learner. It also matches the others more closely. We might go with this one because I just figured it out. It's a little clutchy though. And we technically don't need to support 2. No, Eve. You're not. That's the one thing you're not allowed to question. Okay. So let me understand this one a little bit better. Right, Joe. So it's one of these. It's hard to tell which one. I'm guessing maybe this one. Just seems to be indicating this one. Oh, this one. Okay. Nice. So if this one does the, then why are the ones of different lengths? Because then this one would be, so then I guess these would have to be made for smaller recipes, I guess. Like this one would be for like poison steel or something. Except the crafters are open. And then this one would be for maybe 4 ingredient recipes. And this one would be for, I guess, 9 ingredient recipes that are evenly filled. And this one would be, okay. Craft that can handle 2 material recipes. It uses a local divider clock for stability with random inputs. Okay. If the product is greater than 1, it can be directly multiplied by. Okay. Um, so I was right. Sort of. 1 by 1? What does that even mean? A torch is 2 by 1. I'm so confused. Oh, it's saying 1 of each ingredient. Okay, so I was right. This one is for simple recipes that have just 1 of each ingredient. And this is 2 to 1, so okay. So you need 12 game ticks to get in the 2 items. I mean, technically, maybe you'd only need 8, but okay. And then the 1 by 8 recipe needs a 48 game tick clock. Okay. What if we just used. I like consistency. What if we just use these for everything? We can try to slap a shulker loader on there. Okay, Joe. Okay, so then Minecraft. It's got the range. I think that's what the youth say, or something. I don't know. All right. So then the question is, how do we put a shulker loader on? Okay, so these disable an individual crafter. Or not, but these are supposed to disable an individual crafter. It'd be cool to have a back commands. I mean, honestly, Joe, that's kind of fair because that way it's easy to combine the output of several. Okay, so that won't be the case here, and I kind of like not having a second water stream. And we can just use a simple hopper line because there's no reason not to. This is going to get powered every once in a while, but that's okay. So what we can do is we can just run a hopper line. Oh, shit, that's not what I want to do. Okay. What I'm trying to say is we can run a hopper line this way. And then just put a pot here, and there's our output. And then when we get to the end of a row of, like when we get to the end of a set of crafters, because we probably want to build 3 of these for each thing we want to craft. When we get to the end of the set, we add a shulker loader. And these things, let's see, they would output at, the smallest we need to do is by 4 on a 12 game tick clock. So that one might need special handling. Why are the pots being used? Because we can. Because they have less. They have just a 1 stack capacity. They're kind of cool. They have a 1 stack capacity, and they can. We have to have something here that's not a hopper because a hopper would suck the ingredients out. And a pot is convenient. Okay, so for everything except the prismarine itself, we can use this approach. Um, Okay. So if we run a 24 game tick cycle, and we input items. Okay, so this is saying we can do a 1x8 on a 48 game tick clock. Okay. I think that's longer than it needs to be, though. Because it seems like we could just do a 32. But that's not as, because the problem with the 48 game tick design is that it doesn't keep up with the inputs. It doesn't process items as fast as they come in. Because if we look at, okay. So, because it only takes 32 game ticks to put in. Okay, so these are slower than the inputs, is the thing. Because this piece will take 32 game ticks to grab 8 items, but 48 game ticks to craft. So we'll lag behind. But maybe that's okay. So if we were to do that, the one thing is that the yeah. So this, if everybody used this for the prismarine, that's a 4 as a base. So it would take 8 game ticks to put in 4 items. And we're activating it every 12 game ticks. So what that means for us, it's going to handle the, I guess that's okay. 4 hopper speed is probably fast enough to handle. Because it does output at like 6 hopper speed-ish. I haven't precisely measured it, but the farm produces shards at about 6 hopper speed. This makes me kind of want to move the big loaders to the ends, because then they can simply... Okay, let's design ourselves a shulker loader that can go alongside this. If we slap a shulker down... I don't know if we'll stick with having a shulker here, but we'll start with that. Oh, look. Yeah, I do have a... So let's just... I have not designed one of these before, but we're going to do it anyway. Typically what we need is... See, does this get activated? Kinda no. Maybe? Yes? I mean, if it weren't going to get activated, it wouldn't be there, so... Oh. I'm brilliant. Okay. So... if we were to put a piston here... Here's the principle of this. Or the principle of any shulker loader. You need 3 things for a shulker loader. Number 1. No, it's the note block that I broke the power source for. Okay. Number 1 for a shulker loader. You need a hopper to load the shulker, or a dropper. And something to push items into the shulker. Number 2, you need a dropper to replace the shulker when it gets broken. And then number 3, you need a piston to break the shulker. Those are the components that you need. And then, of course, you need to detect when the shulker is full. Let's try to make this 1 wide, because then we can just slap 2 of these. 1 here, 1 here, then we can process all of it. Relatively. Okay. It gets a little bit logistically difficult because you also have to pick up the block somehow, which you have to pick up the broken shulker somehow, and that limits your options. But there are somewhat clever things that we can do about that. Like, for example, can allies pick up shulkers? I'm sure they can. Probably. But I think it would have to be an identical shulker. I think it would have to be a shulker that was it would either be an identical shulker, one that was filled with exactly the same items, or it would just have to be the same color. Unclear. Right. Yes. Okay, so somehow we need to. It's true. It's very true. The typical way of doing this is to. I guess we'd have to break this from. That could be interesting. Can a can a comparator read a container's state through an observer? Take that no. Okay. But what we can do is just do this. Hang on. What about a dispenser? I think dispensers. We might be able to get a little bit clever with this. This could be an interesting design. Because what we could do, the shulker goes there, and then we do this, and then we put a repeater facing into the shulker. Is the shulker considered a solid block? Is my question. Yes, maybe. Oh, but it doesn't matter. It does not actually matter. So if we were to put kind of matters. I'm just goofing off at this moment. Sort of, but it's fun. So the idea is that we're going to have, because in the clever shulker loaders, the block that breaks the shulker does double duty and activates the dispenser. So if we were to have, like, for example, we might have an observer go this way, and then a piston. Do that, and then when the piston extends to break this block, to break the shulker, it also the observer powers the dispenser and spits out a new shulker. So what if we go ahead and do that over here? Nice. So far, so independent. And we do this because we want the shulker loader to be specifically tileable with this thing. Can we read through a piston? Is that a solid block? No, it is not. Yeah, that is. That is not. What about a red? No. Yeah. All right, folks. We're gonna go BRB because I need to use the restroom, and we'll be back to solve this problem. See you in a second. Welcome back, everyone. Nice to see you, DMAS. Who can tell me the 3 components that you need for a shulker letter? So pop quiz Eve warned you. Anybody? Oh, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. How can we do this? Maybe we can be a little bit clever. Attica was making me feel like a noob today again. Every time I think I'm getting the hang of it, a sucker punches me. Okay, but at least you know the difference between placement mode and schematic editing mode, and you know how to use easy place mode. So you're making progress. What if we were to do something like we're gonna invent. Let's see, we can't really use slime blocks because those observers are in the way. And we would like this to be tileable if possible. So what about, ooh, I have an idea. So comparative has some weird behavior. If you want to compare it off 2 containers, what happens? I need to remember exactly what happens. Okay. So let's say that we have a stack of shulkers in here. And yes, we stack shulkers on this server. Get a redstone wire off that so we can see what power level it is. Power 2, okay. So then we put a shit ton of stuff in the back. It doesn't change until the container in the back is completely full. At which point it still doesn't change because I'm a dumbass. There is weird behavior around some comparators. So a comparator, for example, if you have a comparator and you do that, and then you have a solid block. Let's give me stone, smooth stone, and then a shulker. So if you do this, and then you put some items in the shulker, and then you also power this block. And let's use however. So this thing will read the power level of the shulker until this thing is powered by level 15, at which point the comparator reads the block. That's the rule. There's comparator weirdness. So the question is, does that help us? And the answer is probably no. What about dispensing from the top? Because with stackable shulkers, we don't really need any input for this. We could just fill it with shulkers and go to town. And then all we really need is a... This might even be accessible. Hang on. Is this going to get powered? I don't think so. If we do a hopper, not a hipper, a hopper, we do, for example, that, and then we're just going to stick this there. We just assume that's going somewhere. And then we were to do would that work? I don't know. I don't know if... Okay, so my initial thought is this. We can put this here. And then read the output, read the output. Okay, so that's not really what we want. Because my thought was to do this. My thought was to do that and then that and slime block and then power this thing and use a comparator. But of course, that doesn't work because the comparator will break as soon as the piston extends. So Eve is correct. The traditional way to do it is to put a comparator on top of the hopper and then eat it that way. Which implies that dispenser's on the bottom. And we have an observer that's gonna go and do that. Although if we were to, because the problem that we run into is that this needs to be broken in the direction of the hopper. Unless what we want to do is, I believe a redstone block here will quasi power. We do a redstone block here. Yeah, that quasi powers. Okay, we can't do that. What if we put the dropper on top? Then we don't have to worry about quasi powering. And we can simply, interesting. Doesn't really help us. If I put a shulker here, the problem truly is breaking the shulker in a way that it gets picked up by the hopper. Because whichever side we choose to put the hopper on, that's the side we have to, that determines which side we have to put the piston on. We can put the hopper underneath, like this, and then we'd be able to break it from the top. But the problem with that is that we then have to make sure that the hopper is locked whenever the shulker is not broken. Which, were there interesting electronic stores in Kansas when you were growing up, or was it mostly chains? I remember it being mostly chains. That there were also like independent computer repair shops that are kind of a rare breed these days. Um, but I actually worked at one when I was younger. It was my first job. Kind of fun. But those things have died out because the problem is that the amount they have to charge to keep the doors open and the cost of buying a new computer has gotten closer and closer together. And so most of them just can't survive. Okay, so then how would we keep this locked? We would have to use a block. And that'd have to be powered somehow. Except when the shulker had been broken. Oh, Fry's Electronics? Isn't that a chain though? Um, do that. No, I don't want to do that. That's not what I want either. Okay. Okay, making this tileable here is going to be an even bigger problem. Because that happens. And that's not okay. So what we need to do is, let's go back to the standard and see. Okay, so here's a standard layout. And then we have a piston coming in from the other side. It's going to break this. And we have a dispenser underneath. And then it's too bad that the comparative bug doesn't work the other way, because we could use it. We could use it to keep the... Fair enough. Griffin, welcome in. Good to see you. Griffin, I'm trying to make a clever shulker loader. Just from memory, because I've used a bunch of designs and I just want to come up with my own. So it also has to be tileable with this thing, which is a pain in the ass because this is going to power the piston. We could have a problem. I mean, we can cheat. We can glitch a hopper minecart into this thing. And that would break. Then when the shulker broke, it would be picked up. But that's cheating. It's also difficult to do, come to think of it. I mean, fair enough, Griffin. So what about a... This is almost entirely cheating on the tileable thing. It also just won't work. Damn. I think it's part of it, Eve. It's hard for me to tell because I don't have a clear idea in my mind of what I want to build. But I think it definitely makes it harder. Okay. We can put the shulker on the bottom and break from the top with a piston. And then as long as we keep the shulker, as long as we keep this powered, it won't be a problem. We could borrow a trick from this playbook. This and then this and then this. Okay, so there's our basic layout, and then we just have to make this work. I'm so sorry, Eve. That's the worst. Okay. So then what we can do is we can put a comparator here. And comparator will power this block. Which will power okay. So that will be that blocking this. So now all I need to do is depower this. When the shulker fills. The tie level part is going to bite me in the ass again. But let's run with this for a second. Okay. This would have to be glass. And then a comparator. And that, and then that. And, ooh, I have an idea. Okay, hang on. That, and then put a loader below so the redstone isn't... Yes, I could, potentially, but I want to do this. Because I want to have one of these on the other side, you see. Joe, I'm just having fun here. Okay. So this doesn't work because this will then power the lamp. Or will it? Yes, I will. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. I appreciate you not sending me information. No spoilers. So this can't work. We have a conflict here. But if we were to do this... I mean, I would just not look at it until after stream. Let's see. Okay, so this is what we had a second ago. This block will get powered to the level of... Okay. So we have this. No, Griffin, you're perfectly clear. So this will now be powered. And then we just have to make sure that... Hmm. Ooh. 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 Okay. So what about that? And that. And then we can power this one to a level of 14. Assuming that we can do so without this observer getting in the way. What about that? And then this would be level 15. Okay, that's not helpful. And we still have to figure out how we're getting this back. God, I wish that thing worked backwards. Um, not that it wouldn't matter too much. We'll figure this out. So this can be that, and then we can use a power level of 14 back here somehow. Um, which is multiple ways to do that, but we can use, for example, a lectern. See, does this even make sense? So the problem we run into is that we can't have a redstone dust here because that would connect to this comparator. I mean, there's a lot of chocolate designs used for different purposes, Eve. What about this? Bear with me here. Okay, first of all, is it even gonna matter? It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. We can put a block. We can put a thing here because this is, of course, gonna be powered to a level of as long as let me just make sure on this. Give me a redstone block. If I do this, that becomes powered to. Okay, cool. So that does actually turn on. Um, in which case it actually doesn't matter what I do here. We can just do that. And it's tileable here because this is going to be, this does control the comparator. It will prevent the comparator from lighting, but this is going to power to 15, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Because all we need forgot I was gonna. Um, okay. So essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for this to turn to level 15. Because when it turns to level 15, right now it's at level 14. When it turns to level 15, well then this is full. I'm sure I will leave. Cool. Bye. Okay, so we can have that and that and then We're gonna want to be able to power that. What a wax tone? Yes, it is. Okay. So that's one way to do it. You just have to make sure this is turned on. And now the hopper is locked, except for when this gets broken. And the problem being that mm, the problem being that now we have a block under here, so this is a little bit ugly and it limits our options. Because now we essentially have to do that. And go into a barrel, which isn't the worst. Still holds 27 shulkers. But we want to do better. So this will probably work. And then we can just do that. That, and let's see if we can do this dustless. Because items can come in here every 4 ticks, so I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but so there were like 6 broken versions of Pan Am for Tabletop Simulator on Steam Workshop because they all had used assets that have been deleted. Interesting. How does this happen? Excellent. I'm so glad. Have you played that game a lot? Because I know we played it once and it was fine, but has it become one of your favorites? All right. Boom, boom. No, that's ugly. Don't like it. I don't know exactly what else I expect myself to do, but okay, cool. I'm really glad. And what about compacting this somehow? There's an option. That compacted a little bit. How we wanted to play it again? How are Graham and Amanda doing? I assume they're in Japan now. Tell me, how are they doing? That's so cool, Joe. Okay. So then that can go there. And yes. No. Can we somehow? What about this? Now it's up one more. We can do that. And then does that change anything at all? I don't think it changes anything. Sunny didn't have to quarantine. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, we're gonna look at this link. That looks like a photo on the grounds. That looks like a photo on the grounds. I think they're in Japan. That's lovely. Okay. I don't know that this helps me in any way. What would help me is the ability to. Somehow we gotta break this damn thing. Gotta power the piston. I mean, there's an easy way to do it. We can do it. No, that won't work because this block is getting powered. And we also have to be careful not to power this. Oh, the tile ability bites me in the ass. Joe, you're never touching the grounds. Technically, if you weren't in the car, it'd be a photo of him in shoes that were touching the ground in Japan. And if you were barefoot, well, there's still the distance between the atoms. Okay. So I can't even. It's frustrating. It's because you know me, Joe. All right. Try again. Back to the drawing board. Shulker. Here's a pink one this time. That can go there. And then we're just going to have The standard dispenser on the bottom. And lock to break. And an observer. And then at the front, let's see, so that's going to be a hopper and a comparator. And this is already a problem. Although this thing updating shouldn't power the piston. Let's see. It does. So this is immediately a problem. Can't even do this. Stupid quasi-connectivity. I mean, there's another option. We can simply do maybe. Hang on. Got something. Okay, so if we do that, and then we do that. It's, yes, I'm sure it will be fine. No issues. Absolutely none. Okay, but what if we did? Because my thought is this. If we do that, and then we power this, that does power the dispenser. Which means that if we can get it to also power a piston, okay. So now we just have to I mean, we can make it as simple as this. And then as long as we're careful. In fact, this is sufficient. This is sufficient because if we do this, then as long as we update this one. No, that does not work. I thought it might work. Okay, but if we do this, and that. If anything breaks, I'll just turn RTX on. Such a good idea. It totally affects the server. It's cool that way. Um, okay, so now then whatever powers this has to be immune from being powered from the side. That might be a tall order. But we could use, say, a repeater or a comparator. Or another observer. Or I kind of want to use rails, but let's see. This is getting powered this way. Unfortunately, no, we did not. I mean, we can cheat. Because all we actually need is this to be locked. Which we can do pretty easily. And this here, this here, this here. Does that do the thing? It does. I'm a genius. Okay, and then as long as this thing is powered to level 15 from the side, we're good. That's all we need. And we can do whatever the hell we want here. This just needs to be something that does something. And there we go. And then we can just put carpets, or a slab rather. Let's do a prismarine brick slab for the sake of it. And then if we just do that, boom. The only remaining annoying part is that we have to power from the side without locking these hoppers. So the easiest way to gate a compared to 15 is that. But the problem is that we have this. So we either have to use... We're going to have to do something larger. We're going to have to stick 2 blocks out of the side. But this is pretty sick. Look. Boom. Boom. It's so cool. I'm happy with this. Okay. So let's go and... Possibility. I want this easy. I mean, technically we are cheating. Because we're going out of the side. The original goal was to have it 1 wide. Yes, Joe, which is why we need to gate it. So we need to do what we need to do is this. But that won't work because it will lock the hopper. So we need to do something else. So yes, exactly, Eve. This, but not this. So how can we do that easy? How can we do that elegantly is my question. We'd want to... When the copper bulbs are lit, what strengths did they give? 15. So that is an option. We could do something like this. I mean, there's several options for things that we can put here. Right? Several things we can do here. That pushes it over by 2. And I'm kind of hesitant to do that. We could do any kind of full container. We could do a lectern with a book with at least 15 pages. We could do pretty much anything we wanted. But it all involves 2 blocks. And I'm just being stubborn at this point. Let's take a look. Firefox. Minecraft.wiki. And let's see. I want. What did I want? Getting tired, folks. Comparator. Pair signal strength. 2 side inputs. Okay. Let's see. Side inputs are accepted only from redstone, dust, block of redstone repeaters, other comparators, and observers in specific scenarios. The redstone comparator's front is its output. So, I mean, where's the observer comparator hybrid? God, I want one. Okay, I mean, I guess we can do this. It's not quite beautiful. I want this. This part is so satisfying. I want something fitting for it. But I also feel like most of the reason this is satisfying is that I didn't have to worry about this. What about we do something on the front? This limits our options below. And that's even uglier. I guess we can do this. I like. I do like solutions that are well fit to the situation. This is decently well fit. Now what we can do is have this here, have the comparator, and then a full pot with like a shovel in it or something. Okay. Does this work? Hell to the no, because the piston is gonna get pushed by that. So the piston is actually gonna have to be. That does not work at all. Okay. So the piston is actually gonna have to be here. Oops. It's down. It's down. Since the okay. Just as observer, I approve. Um, he doesn't know what happens if two compared to signals at each other. Nothing. If there's like a redstone dust in between, then it'll be powered to the stronger one. But if they're sending it into each other, nothing happens. So that's gonna have to be like that. And then and do that and this. And this and this. And that definitely does not work because we have this damn thing. So we can't have the piston here because it'll power with this. We can't have the piston here. So clearly, it's not possible to have the piston come from this direction. We can eliminate that possibility. So the whole thing was useless. But our other options, we have maybe some options. Let's see, do we even have enough sides for a functional shulker loader at this point? Because we can't put anything on this side except maybe the comparator. Okay, dispenser. Observer. There's the tried and true one. Because I kind of want to have the output be on this side. I don't want to have it be here. So if we do that, then I have to have a hopper. It's to be here. Okay. So this is kind of what we had earlier. And the trouble with it is, okay, we're just gonna have to be okay with that one. This has to be fine, because otherwise I don't know how we're in the world we're gonna do this. Um, this can go here. We're gonna have a comparator. Then we can have this and actually do this. And that way we can have a torch. Is lowering the points where you feed to the shulker by one available but an elegant option? Um, Potentially. Yes, that does work in theory. But I want to do magic. Okay. So this does that, and then yeah, we are out of options here. We're out of options because at some point we gotta get a signal out of this thing. And we can do this. But we can't put a redstone dust here because then it'll turn into a clock. See if I do that. Redstone dust. Let's just be a burnout clock. It's true, Griffin. I'm not good at the compacting redstone phase. I'm not either. Like, I'm not great at this. I'm just doing it. Um, okay, so this is gonna have to get powered somehow. And what about it could get powered. We could take a this is getting too tall. But we could take a page from the sorter playbook and we could do a repeater. Because the problem is that one problem that we have is that an observer pulse is too short to turn off a torch. So we have to resort to something else. A repeater and then I say, what if we make it easier and slightly bigger? And Vex is right there saying, you idiot, you buffoon. I mean, Vex is going to call me an idiot no matter what. I don't think Vex has ever actually called me an idiot. He has sentenced me to the death penalty. But I guess that's not technically the same thing. Okay, so technically, observers are technically these things. They don't accept input from a torch. So it should be pretty safe to do something like this, except that this will then be powered. What if we were to do something like this? Okay. And now that does work. So we can do then this and oops, that doesn't work. Oh man. So okay. So far so good. And when this thing goes to 15, we can act. But this will also go to 15 when this turns on. Ooh. Does it? No, it doesn't. Oh, hang on a second. If I do a comparator into that, and then a thingy there and a thingy there, and then get that. Oh, because it's not a solid block. Okay, that helps. That helps. We're getting somewhere. So we can do that. That. Little did we know the real autocrafter was the shell collector we made along the way. It happens. You just gotta be ready for it. Okay. And then we do this and this. Oh, this is the silliest catch because we can do this, right? We could do this and this and this and this. And then that. Which does technically work. I was thinking this, but that powers this, and this has to be solid block, otherwise the thing can't read it. Okay, so then what happens if we actually move this back one? What happens if we do that? Because I mean, technically, does it even matter? Because that doesn't actually power this doesn't actually power this. So if we were to do this, that does not power this. So that's helpful. There has to be an observer here. Get that. And this goes here. And unfortunately, I would love it if this would work. This would be really cool. Unfortunately, the pulse from the observer is just too short, so we need a repeater. Oh man, how am I gonna do this? Because that gets it out of there, but I mean, what I need is the whole thing to move this way. Ooh, okay. What if we had... What if we observed? Not that, but... this. If we had that go that way, we could have another comparator. And this comparator well, that won't work because this thing is in the way again. But if we push it by one, also we're not allowed to power this block because it would activate the no block. Restrictions, restrictions. Someone followed you on Twitch, Eve? Oh my god. Sorry, I'm 5 minutes behind chat, but I mean, congratulations. Alright. Do that. I'll definitely power this. Okay. That also powers that, but that's not a problem. And then we can do this, and we have to have this hopper be locked most of the time. What about a situation where we do something like this? Now the hopper's locked. And then obviously this goes here. And technically, I think if we have this set up. Okay, that does power that. So technically we could have something like that. And then bump everything back. It may be less intuitive looking, but it's going to work. So it's got that going for us. Because that's all we need, I think. Let me double check on this. It's janky as hell, but it's going to work. Power level 15. Okay. Um, then we can do this. Of course, the problem now is getting the signal all the way back. I'm sorry, Vex. I'm sorry that they don't have enough bees. I'm sorry. All right. We'd have to run a fairly embarrassing observer chain all the way back over here, which is not great. God, I hate this. I mean, fair enough. I'm not going to argue with the man who has uranium producing bees. I mean, I can just Can't even do that. If I do this, then this is gonna power it. So I would have to make an observer chain all the way back here, which is embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. It'll make this activate much too late for the hopper unlock. Welcome to Stuff and Scuff. Scuff and Stuff? How long would you like your observer chain? Okay, so other options. We've established that the piston cannot go here. Why can't it go here again? Because it's powered by this. Okay. One of these days, people. One of these days. So we could put a piston on the front. And then a hopper here. Hopper. Hands are okay. And a dispenser on top. This is a different layout. It's not something I've been sitting about trying things that I already tried. So here's something completely different. Yes, exactly. Eve understands why this is different. Let's put a barrel here. We can, of course, replace this with something else, but if we should be able to power this dropper directly. Which means okay. Observer. Observer. Is that gonna work? Man. Okay, so it takes this, but We still need to update this. Cross your fingers. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is gonna work. This is no interference here. This is so elegant. It's tiny. It's absolutely tiny, and it works. I am so happy right now. You have no idea. Absolutely no idea. I am so happy. Okay. So let's just this is gonna take a hot second to fill. Let's do this. We're gonna take pistons. I'm gonna fill all but one slot. Okay. And then we're gonna put this back. And put shulker boxes. Okay, and then now we just put a stack of pistons in here. And we wait. I said, and we wait. This hopper is locked. This damn note block right here, which is part of the design. And we have it be something that is not considered a solid block. Because we've got all these line updates. Well, it ultimately doesn't matter then if we have a redstone lamp. Not that that apparently matters. We're so close. We just have to get this thing working. It's like we totally can just move this down by one. Let's just double check that in principle this works. So hang on, if this let's turn this off for a second. That unlocks it, right? Yes, it does. Cool. Okay, in just a few seconds, this will break. It just okay, for one thing, it dropped both of these on the ground. For another, it dispensed two pistons. And for another, My hopper's locked. But that's easy to fix. That bit is easy to fix. The double signaling is less easy to fix. I guess what we could do, we could. Oh, this is so difficult. It was so close. The problem is that once this is broken, this of course goes back to being a lower signal strength, and then this goes again. We were so close. I'm going to cry. Um, okay. It's true, Eve. Okay, so there is a potential way to fix this. And that is to I'm really glad, Eve. Can you tell me what the three parts of a shulker loader are? Okay. Okay, here's an idea. Do that and icky. Use the icky piston. And then if we do this, then the piston in theory should only activate once. Because it'll activate when this extends, but not when it retracts. Okay, so think that might work. Gonna break on the extension. Why doesn't it? What? I'm so confused. Okay, so that does seem to work. Maybe. As long as we get the state correct. I think this is correct. Okay, so if we do this, and then we do this. I want to be able to open a shulker. Let's go ahead and pre-fill shulkers. So if we do this, and then we do this, we can pick block this. It should be full, maybe? Yeah, okay. Actually, that shouldn't matter. We're gonna do this. Cross your fingers. Why did that not work? What happens when we... What changes is observer detecting? Is it... Okay, it's definitely detecting a change. Let's get rid of that for a second. Interesting. So this one is 15, this one is 14. T-shape. Do it again. Fifteen, 14 T-shape. 15, 14 T-shape. Okay. So what exactly is this observer detecting? It's not this observer. It's this one. We can't put a piston here. No piston, folks. What about a... Okay, Because if we were to do this, oh, we could do this in a really cursed way. Okay, Griffin. We could do this in a really cursed way. Maybe. Does that even work if you do that? If we were to use a glazed terracotta there, then we could put our piston here. And these are non-movable blocks because they have entities. We could use a slime. And it should tile on the other side just fine. It's so cursed. It's so cursed that it just might work. And oh, for God's sake. No more misfires. Okay. Any luck, this works. Although it's kind of moot, actually. I think we can go back to the fun way because we have to move this down anyway. It worked. Okay, but because we have to move this down anyway to avoid this thing, because we're not going to be able to avoid getting this powered. Or are we? So what's driving that? It's just an observer. So if we were to replace this with, for example, a rail, that kind of rail, this would be sure not to block the hopper, right? Right? I think. Hopper is not locked. Hopper is still not locked. Okay, so this should work. This should work, I think. Okay. I think we might have something here. It works. It works. That's what I can say. All right, folks. Let's just see what happens here. If we go ahead and do this one more time. Oh, cool. I can just keep that. So plop that down. And then we just dump in a shit ton of this stuff. It gets to crafting, or at least it should. Is it still tileable? It should be. I hope. If it's not, then we have a problem. But in fact, I'll take a look at it. It's definitely tileable on this side. Is it tileable on this side? So that this shouldn't be a problem. Problem would be if this would get powered somehow, which of course it would. Folks, okay, so on the other side, it's going to get powered by this block. Why has it stopped? Okay, item stopped flowing. Why is it? Oh my god. I put Doctor's Rain in here instead of. Okay, well, this design is never going to work anyway because we have this block that gets powered. And there's no escaping that one. We could try to move the whole thing down, but it would still be quasi-powered. We try to move it down too. Oh god, what am I even doing? It seems to be working somehow. If that's what I'm thinking. Although the problem with the really nice design, the one that just had the observer here, excuse me, the problem with the really nice design that had the observer here was that it would trigger the piston and the dispenser twice. And so we had to go with this, or something like this. Okay, so that did work. Hi, Claire. Good to see you. So this did work. But it's not going to be tileable on the other side because this block is going to power our piston. It's true, Eve, but I think that this one is a lost cause. We would truly. I mean, this may be one option. So I don't understand why it keeps stopping and starting. Oh my. So if we were to go, it's still going. But if we were to move this down, then maybe we'd have some options. Okay, up there we go. If we do this, we won't be able to use a slime block because this will be in the way. But what we can potentially do is if we do a observer, let's just get the stuff we need and a sticky piston. The dispenser. If we put the dispenser on top again. And right here. And this does give us more room to work. More room for activities, you might say. And then we could have barrel. Here. And then piston. To brake. And then we'd want something like this. Well, that doesn't actually power the piston. Sweet. Hi, Griffin. Okay. How are your dishes? Tell me all about your dishes and everything to do with them. Okay, you know what happened? I think sometimes it's a stream you just start saying things. And I think that's what just happened. But still, I'm somewhat curious. How are your dishes? Okay, you're not wrong, Eve, but that's not what I was going for. But still, you're not wrong. Okay, so then we can just use a node block here. And if we push this observer, it should do the thing. So you had your stitch mug that had herbal coffee in it. You had a bowl that had apple crumble ice cream in it. So those both sound like good things. I've never heard of herbal coffee though. I've heard of herbal tea. Explain herbal coffee. So I think actually what we can do. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That is not quite what I want, but we'll deal with that in a second. Still have to observe that though. That's the tricky part. And we're getting kind of tall. Interesting. So is it still coffee? Or is it just like coffee with herbs? Or it's just like a replacement for coffee? Alright. Okay, it helps to put some dispensers in there. Yes! Okay, so that does work. Assuming, of course, that we can actually get it to do the thing. we do this, and then we do a dust. Since this is a transparent block, it should, yeah, it still works. This might be something, folks. Okay, so you have chicory root, which is a common coffee additive or substitute. It's really popular in New Orleans. No coffee beans, just the chicory, so no caffeine. Okay. Is it the caffeine you're trying to avoid, or do you just understand? Do you just like really like this tea, this coffee? I'm getting tired, folks. There are other things too, like ramen seeds, dandelion roots, of course, mushrooms. Okay. So this is an interesting layout that we haven't come up with before. It has the disadvantage of being a little bit lower in height. To the point that, you know, if we're really going to do this, this is just going to keep going. But it's just not going to do anything, is the thing. So. Shut up. Thank you. There's no real reason if we're going to go this way. So Griffin says both. Coffee has a strong effect on me. This herbal coffee doesn't have the bitterness of coffee that you don't like. It's a very smooth coffee. Interesting. I'd be interesting to try it because I like coffee as an idea, but I don't want to get dependent on caffeine, and I don't particularly like the bitterness. So Tribune had a dark French roast, and it smelled and apparently tasted like French roast. Interesting. I do wonder if I'd enjoy this. Okay. So all we have to do is figure out how to hook this up and we're good. And there's a couple of like trivial ways we can do this, but I'm now wondering if there's not some way that we can because this will tile just fine. But if we get down this low, then we have some room to work with on the other side. Makes me wonder if the Treacy knows the brands. Whole Food Mothers Markets, Sprouts, etc. tend to carry it. I haven't seen it in the regular grocers. They have an herbal tea and herbal coffee variant. Difference is the amount you use, and I think a little of the formulation for each. Okay, Ticino. So, is it so with the coffee one? Is it like brewed like coffee, or is it brewed like tea? Okay, so this is one option. All we have to do is set it up essentially. Okay. We can interesting, okay. I just have like a very basic drip coffee machine that I keep because I sometimes have guests that like coffee. So Interesting. Okay. Okay, so this'll be okay. It should be okay anyway. Um, I don't love the step down. What if we were to do doesn't particularly help. Um, because we now need to observe a change in this, and I mean, technically we can stretch it out a bit. The problem is we can't move this, so we would incur delay if we did that. But we also have options that we did not have otherwise. Because we could do this and this and this. If you get the tea variant, it comes in tea bags. Interesting. Wait, I already read that. I'm very tired. It's time for me to go to bed, but I don't want to. So they have different lines, dandelions, mushrooms, and the chicory variants that I get. All of mine are chocolate because I'm basic. Honestly, I would try the chocolate first. Like if I were to try one. Like, okay, so if I could just get this down one more level. Yeah, I'm gonna quit by midnight, I think. But I want to finish this thing. And I'm not at all sure this is the best approach anymore because the thing is that now that we've moved it down, we might honestly be able to do that. And then have because technically we have three sides to work with. As someone who tried to make coffee work for years, Sabrina loves coffee. This has been great. I feel like I have a morning beverage now that isn't disappointing. It's always good to feel like you have something in common with your family, like some activity to share, and if that can be something that you guys share in the morning, that's special. I'm so glad capitalism was able to do that for you. All right. So perhaps I could do clear up some more space here. See, if I were to do this, we could maybe fit it into the same footprint because all I'd have to do is swap these. Maybe the bitterness of coffee doesn't disappoint me because I'm actually more bitter. Probably should have saved that design, but it's not perfect, so we're not keeping it. Maybe the coffee winces when it touches my tongue. Oh no. Okay, so we have options. we can do something really stupid. There's no way this is gonna work, but uh, okay, so now we just have this might actually work because we can do that. Oops. Boom, boom, boom. That. That's the direction it's going to break, and we can put our comparator. And that comparator is going to I wonder if we can, because our problem now, which is truly self-inflicted, is that somehow we have to get the signal back around. And also, this is never going to work anyway because we needed to be able to load these side by side. Like, we needed to be able to sandwich this in between two of these. Because this fastest one is on a 12 game tick cycle, which I don't like. Why is it a 12 game tick cycle? I don't like that at all. Be an 8 game tick cycle. It's true, Griffin. Same Lipsy at the chips with. Okay, folks. I am too tired. This is not helpful. Excellent, Eve. I'm so glad your injection is painless. Love those. All right, let's find somebody to raid. The only person I'm following that's live currently is playing Infinity Nikki. My one Infinity Nikki fan in this chat is not in the chat. So we may have to go say hi to somebody else. Let's see. Oh, it's that melon person that we raided a couple weeks ago. Joe, I don't even know if you remember. Um, okay, cool. Oh, interesting. There's a couple of streamers that have their title in Japanese, so probably don't want to read them. It's one in Spanish. Why is everything in different languages? Oh, I'm not doing well, folks. I wonder if I'm just so tired that it all looks like different languages. Okay, there's somebody who's just started that we're gonna go raid because they're doing hardcore. They're doing a wolf farm and a perimeter project, so clearly they know a little bit about technical Minecraft. Um, they're also on 1.20.1, so clearly they take their technical Minecraft seriously. Okay, we're gonna go raid. Thank you all for coming. Exclamation point Discord if you want to know when I'm streaming next. Exclamation point Discord. Yeah, you can go there and you can sign up for the stream alerts role if you wanted. Give you a ping before we stream. And yeah, I'll see you next time, whenever that happens to be. Let's get this raid started. Good night, Griffin. All right. See you next time.